Welcome to the stream. This is day one of the editing and writing event. So sorry for bad lighting. It's 8 a.m. here in Japan, so I woke up not that long ago, and I've been having already computer issues, so that's great. I really hope that this stream is working. It looks like it's lagging quite bad on my end. I have no idea what that means for y'all, but I hope it's okay. We are going to be doing 5 hours, 5.5 technically, because we do have a 30-minute break, about 2 hours or so in, because I'll need to eat again. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, specifically me. I am going to start draft 3 for my novel. I've got a lot of feedback that I have been going through, and I need to do brainstorming to figure out exactly how I'm going to fix some stuff. Today, I need to figure out some world building stuff specifically. Oh, hello, Jennifer. Jennifer's in the stream. Hello. I'm kind of curious. Do you guys have projects you'll be working on, or are you just going to use this for productivity for other things around like home or other work? I'm kind of curious. Hi, Hailey. Hi. I don't know if you've been able to come to any of my streams before, unless you've changed a username. It's nice to meet you. Hello. Welcome, welcome. So as you guys saw from the title of this particular stream, it's world building. It was one of the major problems in, like, one of the major themes in a lot of the feedback I got back for my Project Clockwork last month. So there's just a lot of world building that I either hadn't communicated well or that I didn't build out enough to begin with. And it affects the characters and their motivation more than I originally planned, which means I need a far clearer idea of how that stuff is operating. And then I need to figure out how I get that information into the book. And some of it needs to be conveyed earlier rather than later. And I'm not positive how to do that, honestly. Where exactly to put certain things is the thing that I'm really mentally twisting myself into knots over right now. Some of it, like, there's a scene of how my main character came to be in a position of power, somewhat, of a ship, but they didn't necessarily want it. So there's backstory behind that. And I probably need to actually show the event, which was their father no longer being able to do it because of medical problems and like a medical crisis happening, essentially, and him being hospitalized permanently. And so I need to find a way to incorporate that scene. I'm not super fond of the idea of doing like an introduction or something like that, an introductory chapter, like a prelogue or something like that, or prelude. I've heard it said both ways. I don't know how it is. But I don't know. I'm still back and forth about that. I'm writing draft 1 of my new work. Oh, that's so cool. That's awesome. What kind of genre are you thinking of doing? Hailey's World. I'm going to be working on chapter 1 of my steampunk book, and this is my first time here. Hello. Oh, steampunk. Interesting. That's so cool. Way back when I used to have an anthology of steampunk stuff. That was back in the States when I had more space. That was long time ago. Right now I'm introducing a child character that is a little brother to my MC. Oh, nice. Are you going to do, because steampunk is kind of a broader genre than a lot of people think. Are you doing more kind of an action adventure steampunk, or are you going to do like alternate history or kind of sci-fi steampunk? It's another fantasy, but more of a paranormal horror vibe. Ooh, nice. That was another thing that I needed to change a little bit, is I need to increase the horror, scary stuff in my book. So I'm with you on the scary for sure. Definitely need to address that. So yeah, the first, I think we're going to start in a little bit here. The first kind of sprint, I need to figure out where I'm putting this extra information. Where is it going to go? Because I'm not info dumping. So I need to, I should put, I don't like the idea of going all the way in the past and then jumping you ahead before the book starts. But I also don't like a bunch of time skips either in books where it skips around back and forth. Because when that happens a lot in a book, my first thought is, why didn't we just start in the past if there's this much information in the past? My problem is there is and isn't. So there are two critical events in the past that need to happen. One, 2 years in the past, and one about a day in the past, the prior day. That one's a little bit easier to manage. But that 2 years in the past one, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly where I'm going to put that. So I think I might end up just writing it and putting it at the front because I don't know where else to put it. I've kind of seen like those first pre-log chaptery things. They tend to be kind of throwaway chapters in a way. Like they might give you a little bit of insight into the history of the world, but a lot of times it's not paramount to at least the last couple books I read that had them. You could skip them and it wouldn't really affect the rest of the story and how it reads. But I don't know. Highly. My steampunk is going to be more sci-fi. Nice. Sci-fi steampunk. Nice. That's awesome. All right. So I think we're going to go ahead and start a sprint. I believe, how long should we do it? Because this first one, I'm mostly going to be brainstorming and such. Maybe we're going to make it 15 minutes. Usually I do 20-minute sprints. Exposition is so hard to get right. I sympathize. Right? Like I feel like I'm going to have to change where the book starts. I don't think there's a way around that one. I really don't. I don't think I can get around that problem. So, and to be fair, that's one of the main things that happen when you edit a book. When you start editing a book is usually where you start the book is not where you think you should start the book. You're almost always wrong the first time. And every time I think you can get away with it. No, I'm always wrong. 15 or 20. Okay. So I think we're going to go ahead and go with 15 then. Fine with any time. Yeah. I think we'll go with 15. So we'll go ahead and start at the 10 and go for 15 minutes. Okay. So I'll turn my mic off and we'll have about a 15-minute. YouTube, for some reason, like I'm connected to my YouTube on here, obviously. But Google has decided to not allow me into my account otherwise. So I actually can't bring up any timers right now. I'm going to try to fix that while brainstorming. We'll see if I can fix it. Technical problems are fun. To be fair, I'm on a new computer. So, okay. Let's go ahead and start that 15 minutes. I'll go ahead and start an actual timer. In the real world, do I have 15 minutes on here? Oh, that's lovely. I don't. That's fine. All right. 15 minutes starting now. And that is the first one. All right, good job. How did you guys do? We do have another person who came in. Yeah, I did notice that while I was trying to. You guys probably saw share screen for a while too. I am so sorry. I cannot log into my account via Chrome. I don't know why. I don't know. It means that if I share screen, it's going to be finicky and it's not going to look good. It's going to be ugly. I am so sorry, you guys. I'm sorry. So yeah, it is what it is today. I'll see if I can fix it for tomorrow, but for now it's going to be very fiddly today. I apologize in advance. But we did have someone come in. Laura came in. So hi, Laura. She just hit 50K and crossed midpoint on book 1, which I do believe, yep, Vampire Romance. That's so awesome. So, and it looks like, is it okay if I can share snippets? So she is going to go ahead and share some snippet stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and read that out loud because she's very excited. So let's go ahead and see. I'm interested to see what this is like. Thank you so much, Laura. The genuine smile that lit up Hadrian's face took Victor's breath away. Hadrian's eyes crinkled in just the right ways, a surreal brightness in the depths of the red irises, making them almost glow. Heavy, dark brows framed them perfectly, and he was his. That's awesome. Sweet. So I'm guessing Hadrian is the vampire then. I would guess. Or are they both vampires? We don't know. You haven't confirmed if Victor is also a vampire. So I just automatically assume that only one is a vampire, but they could both be vampires. Or one of them could be a vampire, one of them could be a ghost. I don't know. Could be anything. Wrote 121 words. That's a pretty good start. It was a very short sprint. So kind of hoping to get us in. I think most of the time we'll probably go up to anywhere between 20 to 30 minute sprints. That's usually, I feel like, a better pace. But this first one, because I was brainstorming, I have some ideas and my very messy handwriting. I don't know exactly where it's going to go. I'll put it at the beginning for now. I'm going to pretend as if this is the beginning and you've never read a single line. You don't know who these people are. And I can just rewrite it later, I guess, if it does not flow in the beginning. But I'll just kind of stick it in the beginning for now. Let's see. Jennifer, hard to count my words because I'm combining new words with words already written. I'm doing okay. Yeah, that's the thing. It's almost impossible to word count. I would say how I've started categorizing it because I've done so much editing at this point. How do you progress check your editing? The best thing you could do is like by scene or chapter. So I kind of feel like, okay, I'm satisfied with that scene. And that's kind of like my benchmark. Am I satisfied? And unfortunately, there's no way to tell how much time it's going to take until I'm satisfied. So it's not the best system. I haven't found any better system to do it, really. I know some people do word count and they just consider all words because even if you don't change certain words, you still have to go over them again, which I guess you could do that too. I just tend to, I usually don't look at word counters these days because I just so much editing and I just don't feel like it's like, it doesn't matter how many words I've done. It's more like how far in the story it has been fixed, kind of. So yeah, they're both vampires. So my first correction to my first assumption was correct. Not the assumption, but the correction. The first correction, yes. And they are both vampires. Hadrian has shape-shifting abilities, while Victor can see possible futures. They have a red string of fate connecting them. Is there a literal red string of fate? Or is that really just like a thought or something? Like it'd be kind of interesting if there's like a different plane or something like that where there is a literal thread connecting them, but I think I saw someone do that in some story that the red thread, I think it was a magical realism story. So like it was weird, but it was a short story, I think. When did I read that? That was a long time ago. I don't remember what it was, like who wrote it or anything. Oh, love it. Oh, Haley, yeah. Haley. Hailey says, love it. Can I share the first paragraph of my story? Absolutely, you can. Yeah, absolutely. If you guys are comfortable sharing snippets, or if you want any like feedback on a sentence, like if you have a sentence you're like, I know I want to say this thing, but I don't know how to do it. Feel free to share anything you'd like in the comments, so long as it's not graphic or anything like that, because my channel, I have made sure I've clicked it so it's not marked for children. That being said, this is a social media platform and I can get dinged for certain things. With lives, I'm not sure how exactly that works, but just to be on the safe side, just be a little bit discerning. But generally speaking, yeah, absolutely. Laura, but only Victor can see it at first. It's an ability to be gained when he is ability he gained when he was adopted by Satan by blood. Okay, I'm so sorry I'm digging into this, but I hope this is entertaining. But so Satan is Satan. What is Satan? I'm an ex-Christian, so Satan is something that, like, for example, Christian churches use as like a figure, but Satan in and of himself is kind of a mistranslation. He does and doesn't exist. And he might be different from Lucifer if you're strictly looking at biblical account. It's weird. But I'm kind of wondering, like, in your story, who is Satan? Is Satan like Lord of the underworld? Is Satan a separate entity? Is Satan a demon? Does Satan hold any? It seems like Satan has some level of power in your world. I'm kind of curious of, like, what is Satan in your world exactly? Okay, Hailey's got a snippet. Awesome. The blazing towers began to crumble. The movement of the civilians erupts into complete insanity as the lurkers come out of hiding. I couldn't believe my eyes. Interesting. Lurkers. I wonder what the lurkers are. Are the lurkers like creatures? Are they people? The rest is a little graphic, but I don't know how graphic you don't want it. I don't know either, because I don't know how YouTube manages lives. So I'm really not sure. I would assume so long as it's not, if it's not entering gore, if it's general violence, but it's not gore territory, I would think we're fine. I think gore is kind of a hard no. So anything that you would see that would be either the extreme version of PG-13, like it's really testing the boundaries of PG-13, or straight up past that as far as ratings go. I know that's kind of fiddly because exactly what someone might consider the start of gore might be a little different. It's a bit of a gray area, but yeah, I would guess around there. But I'm not sure how YouTube decides that kind of stuff, to be honest with you. So I couldn't say for sure. All right. I think we should probably do another sprint real soon here. I'm trying to, in about maybe 2 minutes, 1 minute. I think we might want to start another sprint. When we do sprints, because my screen's messed up, I'm not sure. I think I might not be able to see comments because of how I'm going to do the screen. So what's going to happen is I'm truly going to be gone for 20 minutes, but I assure you I will go through, I'll backlog the comments. I'll go through them the next break we have. Absolutely. So please feel free to keep talking if you'd like during sprint time. I will get to it. I promise. Laura, Satan is a fallen angel in this story, used to be Lucifer. Okay. He has a body, Lord of Hell, and has an army. He chooses generals to help him, which he blood adopts to give them some dominion. Okay, that makes sense. Over the demons and creatures, but still has a price to call upon the army for a personal matter. Okay, that makes sense. The lurkers is a group. Okay, so they're human. Interesting. All right, I think we're going to go ahead and do another sprint. This one's going to be 20 minutes. So, I would do a little thing, but I think we're just going to do a timer. So, hang on. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself and try to get this going for you guys. I'm praying it actually is going because I won't be able to see. So, good luck to me. Okay. So so sorry about that, guys. We did not, in fact, get the timer working. So I think I determined what's going on. It's an account problem with Google. Google has decided to crash on my end, like completely crash. I am shocked this stream is operational. Shocked. But it does mean that this window is finicky because it's like at that, it could crash at any time. So what I've done is I have to use a different system like Opera. Problem is, Opera is not Google, obviously. So when I pull up Opera, if I have a video up on Opera, I can't do anything else on this computer. I can't even open another program, which means my writing program, I can't even access it, which is bad. So I can use a timer for our 30-minute break for me to eat. That'll be in like an hour and a half or so. But as far as the productivity timers, I literally can't use it because then I can't write. So unfortunately, you're stuck with my ugly mug for most of 5 hours. I am so sorry, you guys. And then this is not, I didn't even put it on makeup. I'm so sorry that this is not attractive. I'm so sorry. Really wish I could show you like a picture of space or something, but I'm afraid not. So kind of stuck with me for now. We did get another snippet from Laura. Let me go ahead and go back real quick. Okay, here's another snippet. Awesome. The ageless humanoid fallen angel was leaning against the wall. Oh God, how do I say this word? I can read it, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Resplendent. Okay. English is weird. I teach English, but the ent and ant, like how the differentiation, still haven't figured that out. Purple black leather wings folded behind him. His acid yellow irises, accentuated by a smoky eye, peered out from under his thick hair, falling in soft dark waves. Full pouty lips, the color of black calla lilies, stood out against his blue-gray skin. No pores were visible on his flawless, not quite flesh. Almost like glazed ceramic fired in the kiln of hell. Not a human kiln. Hell's kiln. I wonder what they make at Hell's kiln. They probably make coffee mugs, but the entire like mug handle is like spikes. So you can drink coffee in hell, but it's going to cost you. Another one. The words broke Victor out of his distracted appreciation of the glittering sand-like subdermal texture of Satan's skin. Subdermal. It sounds very medical. It's kind of jarring word to use. It shimmered under the candlelight with grains of sapphire and onyx. Victor knew Satan's skin was smooth to a touch from the blood rituals they had conducted together for 75 years. That's a long time. Yet it surprised him every time those glossed fingers caressed his face. We don't need timers. Okay, awesome. Yeah, we're just old school in it. Just very old school kind of stream today. That's okay. I got started a little bit on I'm wondering how you guys did in that 20 minutes. I was mostly figuring out tech problems, but at the very end there, I did go ahead and start one of the scenes a little bit. I still am so unsure of where I'm restarting the story, because it means I'm moving two things. I am doing a prelude kind of a chapter that's going to handle the fall and how Alex became captain of the Reliant, but also doesn't have complete power either because they were kind of like thrown into the situation. So that's what I'm showing in the prelude. And then chapter 1 is actually going to start with them getting the mission. So 2 years later, present day, and then them getting the mission to go on the investigation to an unknown object. So that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm pleased with the idea of how much information is going to be conveyed this way. I'm not sure how it's going to feel pacing wise. So I that's the thing that I don't know if it's going to actually work. So I kind of have to, at this point, I just have to write the scenes, and then I'm going to have to read it back and see if that makes any sense. I think I don't know how else to do it. So I'm going to try that. That's what I started. I started getting the scenes ready for that. Highly 55 words and looking for a picture on Pinterest for a robot kitten. Good luck on that. I feel like robot pets was kind of a big thing in early 2000s, or was it 2010s? It might have been the 2010s, actually, is what I'm thinking of. There was like this surge with kids and robot pets, like the Robo Dog, the iRobot dog or something like that. I don't know what it was. I don't know. iDog. I don't know. But that was kind of popular for a wee bit. And then it kind of dissipated. So I don't think there's been a ton of newer stuff for robot pets, but that's okay. You pronounced it right. Yeah, I got it. I don't usually pronounce things properly. I tend to pronounce them incorrectly because kind of weird thing about me, I never learned phonics as a kid. I learned through imitation. So if I've never heard a word before myself, like spoken out loud, if I haven't heard it, I can't repeat it. And even if I have heard it, I usually have to practice quite a bit because my brain tends to flip sounds. So that's fun. Yeah, I never learned phonics. So actually being a teacher of English, I've had to teach myself phonics. But in doing so, and in teaching it, I've realized just how inconsistent English is with its sounds. Just because something is spelled a certain way does not mean that those sound combinations always hold to that rule. More often than not, we break stuff. We break rules all the time in English. So it's actually, like, I feel for my students, and I'm always really gentle with them. Like, when they mess up, I'm like, don't worry, man. This is rough. I think you're doing great. Like, I'm always encouraging them because English is brutal as a language. It really is. Spike copy me. Yes. Like, I mean, if you're going to have fun in hell, you would pay a price, I would imagine. I kind of feel like that's how it would have to be. Jennifer, still working on the same scene as before. I'm worried it's info dumpy, but that's future me. That's the thing. Like, I feel like when I do short stories, it's so much easier because you're only looking at a snippet. And that's understood. And yes, you do still world build to an extent, but everything's condensed down and you're not really worried about big picture stuff because you're not supposed to be. And for me, that's easier to do because it's very focused. But when you're doing something massive, like a novel, this is huge. I think we've kind of normalized writing novels in the writing community, but the reality of novel writing is this massive amount of information to keep track of in your head. And not only do you have to keep track of that information, but you're trying to relay that information to readers in the most natural way possible, which is difficult. So yeah, I feel like most people struggle with this. Oh, hello. We have a new person to our stream. Sheraton, right? I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Welcome. I like your avatar's hair color, a nice purple color. That's really what stood out to me. I was like, ooh, purple. I haven't seen that yet. Welcome, welcome. We just did one sprint and we're gearing up for another one. We'll probably do another 20-minute sprint in about a minute. Laura, maybe they make mugs with little insects to put poison. Maybe. Insects. Oh, not insects. Oh, insects to put poison in the bottom. I wonder how that would be triggered. Do you mean it's like a little compartment just always open? Nibel is the name of a robotic cat in real life. Oh, they have done. I haven't heard of that one yet. Interesting. They always kind of freak me out. I do think the tech on them has gotten better. I do think like there are a couple like desk robots that are actually really cute. I will say, give them points for the cute. Very expensive though. And they started doing a thing where a lot of their intelligence banks and stuff are reliant on a subscription service. So if you don't pay subscription, your robot loses its memory, which is just sad. That's a different dystopian hellscape, I think, is like, oh, if you don't pay a subscription fee, you lose all your memories. Like, oh God, that's horrific. Anyway, I think we're going to go ahead and do another sprint of 20 minutes. So, yeah, let's get right on into that. And we're back with me coming out of a little bit of a mental crisis. Holy, I just realized what I'm doing. Oh Lord. So I'm backing all the way back to show how Alex ended up as captain of the Reliant. And in doing so, I'm going all the way back to their training, military training. And I was just having some conversation of other trainees in the background, and then them walking up and talking to them a little bit. And I just, because I enjoy doing dialogue, I just kind of started creating kind of a camaraderie between the characters. I just realized these people are all going to die because these trainees end up on the ship that 2 years in the future everyone dies on. So the characters I have just created are gonna die. I mean, this is kind of good in a way because we're gonna have more of like a personal. This is gonna be traumatic for my main character. This is gonna be really bad. Because they're gonna find the bodies. It's going to make for a way more dramatic opener than I originally planned, but I didn't realize until just now. Oh, wow. Anyway, welcome back from the sprint. Hope you guys got some stuff done. Let me know how you did. Wow. While I was gone, Laura, I think, answered a question about the mugs. A little compartment to put the poison. Maybe if the mug is warm to a certain temperature, like tea, the compartment opens and releases the good stuff. Good stuff. Ooh. So is poison a delicacy in hell, though? Like, what would poison even do to a demon? I mean, technically, if you think about it, alcohol is a poison. It's a toxin. But it's a toxin that won't kill us, though it does harm us, technically. We are harmed by it when we ingest it. That's what gives you the buzz. That's the warning signal. That's the stop drinking this. It's not good for you signal. But we ignore it. I mean, I don't because I have control issues. So I just end up guzzling water and getting myself sober as quickly as possible. But interesting. Okay. Wow. Okay. So good news is I think I think my decision to do what I'm doing is correct. Actually, I feel a little better about it because this is gonna world build out in understanding military better, understanding the placement of the world, like the fact that, military training is on a different station far away, kind of out in the middle of space, because Alex now has to get all the way back to their colony to where their father is. Probably going to have a communication between Alex and their stepmother as they're trying to get back, because there's going to be a delay in them getting back because they're out in space training. So they need to get all the way back to where their father is. And so they're going to have a conversation with stepmother. So this is going to introduce a stepmother naturally. It's going to introduce some characters a little bit that are not going to survive. We're not going to know them intimately enough. And like, Alex isn't super attached to them either. Alex is kind of detached from a lot of their fellow trainees. So it's not going to be a thing where these are really, really close friends that are going to die. But it's still people Alex knows. So it's still going to be more than seeing strangers' corpses on a ship. They're actually going to see people they knew, people from their group, people that if they hadn't left the training grounds to attend to their father in the hospital, they would have also ended up on that ship. They would have also ended up dead. And the only reason they're not dead is because their father passed out and had a medical emergency that they had to attend to for legal reasons. That is the only reason they're alive. And it's going to hit harder. So I think this is a good thing. Story-wise, anyway. It's going to make more sense, but it does mean that this is going to hit a lot harder, a lot faster. And yeah. Okay, I feel better about the changes I'm making. All right, so I think we're going to do another sprint. So it's going to be another 20-minute sprint. I'm going to go ahead and get things ready for that. So we're going to be back at I believe we're going to be back at 50-minute mark. Okay, and we're back. I hope that was really productive for you guys. I got quite a lot more done in my scene. Mostly still dialogue, kind of getting to know some of these characters. But I'm about to unsettle everything for my main character to get called away for an emergency. So that's about to happen. But getting there. I hope you guys did good in that sprint. I think I'm trying to think of exactly what time the next one should be. Probably in about 4 minutes or so. Laura hasn't answered me on how exactly whether this is good or not. Is the poison good or isn't it good? Does good stuff mean that you're trying to poison someone, or does good stuff mean that poison is good for demons? I'm still curious. All right. I might just start another sprint right now since we don't have interaction on stream. Well, technically speaking, originally I think I had posted that we were going to be doing a 30-minute break for eating soon. But I kind of just want to do another sprint and maybe do the 30-minute break a little later. Because like I'm a little hungry right now, but I'm not super hungry. So might be able to keep going a little bit further before I take a break for food. So, because I'm still in scene. So I think I'll just do that. I think this time, I think I'll do a 30-minute though. So 30 minutes, we would get to 20, back at 20. Oh, I already have a banner for that. So yeah, I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to go for 30 minutes, a little bit more than that. But I think we're going to do a long one. And then after that, break for another 30 minutes. Well, I mean, you could sprint again for another 30 minutes if you wanted to. You can use the 30-minute break to actually just do sprints. You don't have to eat like I will, but I'll actually go off screen. I actually will have a video for that. I think. I pray that works. I have no clue if it will, but hopefully it does. Okay. I think I'm just going to go ahead and start another sprint. This is about 30 minutes. So I will see you guys back at the 25-minute mark. All right. So we are back. How did you do in that sprint? That was a really long one. I got quite a lot done. I'm nearing a spot where I'm going to be having things happen very quickly for my main character, Alex. So a lot's going to be happening to them very, very quickly over the next scene. So for now, I think it's good. I'm going to have to do a lot of description, though, so I'm going to have to slow down at certain parts. I need to figure out exactly how, because I've never had to do this before, because this is a completely new scene. I'm going to be showing the station, and it's actually a station, not a ship, that the trainees are on. It's pretty big. And I need to be able to describe this thing, which I've never had to do before because we never saw it, not even a flashback. So this is the first time we're seeing the trainee ship. Well, the station and the ship attached to it. So trying to figure out. I also need to figure out the chain of command of who they're going to be talking to in this next scene, because they need to talk to somebody who delivers the news to them that, hey, just FYI, you have an emergency call. You're the only emergency contact, really, for this person. Seems like a family member. And that's their father having a medical emergency. Were they very close? They almost die. They're very close to death. So Alex has to essentially like leave the military. So they don't get to complete the training. Let's see. I think we're just going to go ahead and leave on the 30-minute, because it seems like I don't know if this is just the glitch, the technical glitch I'm in, but everything's been like, it's been almost an hour, almost an hour and a half now since I got my last comment, which seems to imply to me that this might have crashed. So I'm really hoping that this is even live still. Everything else is showing I'm live, but I went from like 7 viewers down to 2, and there's no comments. So I don't know if people are still active or not. I don't know if this stream is still working or operational. So I'm just kind of praying it is. I'm going to go ahead and start the 30 minutes then for a break. I'm going to go ahead and eat real quick. So I'm actually going to go off screen. But yeah, hopefully things get fixed. I don't know. I don't know. I'm so sorry. This stream is such a technical nightmare. Yeah, I think we're just going to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over to that. This is 30 minutes. You can use it as a sprint, assuming this is still live. You guys can use this as a sprint if you'd like. I'm just going to eat something real quick, and then I'll be back and continue on. So let's see. I'm going to need to edit this, though, real quick. And let's see. I don't know if this banner is going to show up because I'm going to do share screen. I don't know. Let's try it. Okay, it's not showing it at all. Okay, that's great. This is just a nightmare. Share screen, window. I love how it doesn't show anything. Okay, awesome. We're gonna have to share entire screen, I think. I don't want to do that though, but I think I have to. So we're gonna do that. No, I don't want to do that though. I don't know what to do. God, this is such a technical night. Why is this such a problem? I think I'm just gonna have to turn my screen off. I don't know how to fix this, y'all. So I'm just gonna turn everything off. All right, and we're back. I'm going to make sure my phone is muted because this is really weird to see myself on two screens. Okay, so I found out what was going on, sort of. I would love to say that we're doing good, but no, the crash is worse. So the last message I have as far as StreamYard is concerned was at 9 o'clock in the morning here in Japan anyway, which was like almost well over an hour ago, about an hour and a half ago, a little more than that now, almost 2 hours. So that was the last message. It was from Laura, but there have been more messages. I just don't have them. So StreamYard is connected to my channel, but not really. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's not working. But what we're going to do is I'm just going to use my phone to view comments, and I'll just talk to you guys about it. But I'm so sorry. I can't pull anything on the screen right now because I don't have access to it. I would have to completely close this stream entirely, reboot everything. And even then, there's no guarantee I can get everything working. I'm going to do some troubleshooting tonight and try to find solutions. So tomorrow's stream hopefully will be fixed and repaired. But we're just surviving. We got 2 more hours of writing, and I really got a lot I want to get done. So I'm hoping to just limp this thing along. Thank you guys so much for your patience. But Hailey's World, she posted a snippet, so I'm going to go ahead and read that out loud to you guys. Hearing the sound of the kitten purring pulls something in my heartstrings, the way the rhythm thunders in my brain, and how there is no fear among the little guy's mind. Makes the surroundings feel at peace. That's nice. I do miss, like, my family has a cat, and when I was visiting them in May, that was really, really nice. And I do miss having a cat. Like, living around a cat is quite nice, but unfortunately, live in Japan. If you live here, it's very difficult to get a pet, and there's a lot that goes behind it, and it's quite expensive. So maybe someday. Bookish joined the chat. Hi, I'm so sorry I'm so late to respond. Tuned in during the middle of a sprint. And then Brandon Smith did ask about if I had anything published. I do not have a book published, but I do have a short story published in the Stygian Collection. There is a link in the description box. Unless Google messed that up too. I hope it didn't, though. I really hope the description box is showing up. I think it is, but I'm too scared. If I close out this chat window, I am terrified what will happen, so I'm not touching anything. We're already really, like, tempting fate with just trying to get this thing continuing to go. So I'm not gonna tempt it further. Bookish was getting through an awkward conversation, 178 words. Nice. Jennifer, I feel like it was a good sprint, still getting the hang of characters. Hailey was able to write 203. Right now, my characters are buying food. Awesome. Lunatic is here. Hi. My WC is 1. I just got here. I don't know. What is WC? What is WC? Sorry, I'm old. Oh, hi, Haley. Haley popped in. Gonna be joining us in about an hour. I don't know when you posted that, Haley. I don't know what that means. You're just gonna have to use an invite I sent you. I hope the invite works. Heaven knows. I have no idea what's working anymore. Bookish mostly worked on an email. That's valid. I mean, this stream has been going for 3 hours now. So we're in the last 2 hours of the stream. And I have been struggling with just organization. Like, in addition to the tech issues, I've just been trying to figure out how to get the things I'm trying to do with the world to work logically with the scenes. And my writing has been very slow. Like, I don't usually do word counts, but let's go ahead and check to see how much new content has been written. Because this one scene is all I've been working on. It's about 1,000 words. It's not horrible, but for 3 hours, that's really low. Usually I could crank out at least triple or more of that. Usually more. I can usually do about 2,000 words an hour, usually. But that's if I'm going really fast and know exactly what I'm doing. I'm trying to outline while I go, and I'm trying to create the threads before they've started, because this is the very first scene. Sort of. It's the prelogue. I don't know how I feel about that. I still don't know. I'm writing it to get the ideas out. I think overall it's going to be good, but I don't have very much confidence in the scene right now, in terms of where it's placed. I don't know if it really should be at the very start, the very beginning. I'm writing it as if it is, which means I'm writing as if you were just now learning about these characters, just now meeting Alex, and this is the first time you've ever met these characters. But I don't have a ton of confidence into how it's working yet. So I'm just kind of trying to write it out, but I'm also trying to write it out with in mind all of the things I'm trying to fix. It's slow writing, really slow for me. I don't think I've written something this slow in a while. So I feel like a failure, kind of like I feel like I'm writing way too slow. I feel like I'm going way too slow for this, but Hailey is off to eat dinner. Margaret, I come before you at the turning of the tide, baby. I would love to see everything just working suddenly, but I don't think we're going to get that. But maybe I'll make a turn for the best of my writing. Maybe that'll pick up. I hope so. I hope there's a turn of the tide for the better. For the better. Please, for the better. Jennifer, I did yoga during the break and now I'm eating lunch. I'll be back to writing later. That's valid. Oh, lunch. So you're having lunch too, Jennifer? What time zone are you in, Jen? Because you're not in Tokyo, are you? Are you in Tokyo? I can't remember what time zone you're in. Because most of y'all are in most of my viewership is in the United States, a few in Canada. That's most of my viewership. So I'd be interested. It seems like you're on a similar timeline than me. Margaret, I had that happen to the chat last week too. It's frustrating. I had a nap with my cat. Oh, lucky. Nap with a cat. Oh, that's very, very relaxing. Bookish has 3 cats. Oh, are you okay? Wow, that's a lot. Cats really are like toddlers sometimes. So that's a lot of responsibility. That's awesome. Good for you. But I would love to be around them, but taking care of 3 cats would give me anxiety, maybe. Margaret, oh, I just spotted your Stygian merch t-shirt. Wow, it shipped out to Japan. Yes! My publisher was very sweet, and they worked really hard to get me my merch and stuff like that, which is amazing, and I'm very grateful. Everything was late to me. It took about a couple extra weeks, but I did get it. It wasn't as bad as I thought. I thought it'd take an extra month, but it only took, I think, an extra week and a half to 2 weeks, depending on the item. My book was the last thing to come in, but to be fair, there were printing issues originally, and Amazon's been giving weird stuff with zoning and like copyright. So my apologies to anyone international trying to get a copy of the Stygian Collection. My publisher is aware, and they are working very hard to make sure that it's a smoother and smoother process. But Amazon has harassed us already about international orders. So just to warn, I'm sure anyone else because some of you guys have also published already. And so some of you probably already know the nightmare that is Amazon. You kind of have to use it these days, but it is horrific to deal with. So yeah. Jennifer, it's just past noon for me. I'm in Melbourne, which is a similar time zone. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're not too far off from me then. You're almost not too far off at all because it's 11 a.m. over here. It's 11:11. Lucky. Wow, that's super cool. And Hailey's back. Awesome. So It's not an exact time right now, because again, I can't have timers up or anything like that. So we're going by estimates around this long for a sprint, because we're all in different time zones. So I have to do the "we'll be back at" kind of thing. So it's a little bit off right now because we're 1 minute in. But I think we're going to go ahead and try to do another 20 minutes. So sprint, be back at the 30-minute mark, I think is what we're going to do. Okie doke. So I think we'll go ahead and start that, okay? All right, and we're back. How'd you guys do in that sprint? I did pretty good. I've gotten it to the part where there's a difficult telephone it's not telephone. I keep calling it telephone, but it's their version of communications that's going on right now. It's not going to be a very happy situation. While we were sprinting, we got message from Hailey. Hailey had to leave. So thank you so much for joining us. If you see this on playback or what have you, thank you for joining us. But yeah, I hope you guys did well. Let me know how you did. I know some people are having to go for like dinner or lunch or whatever. Understandable. I just got back from eating myself. So I get it. I get it. Just let me check, see if. Okay. Just need to check because I got a message, but it was not related to this. All right. I think because originally I was going to have the call from the stepmother, but instead I'm going to have the future co-pilot answering the call, not answering, giving the call anyway. So that makes more sense logically. So I'm going to change the character real quick. But that's what I'm doing. It's pretty much a conversation about, hey, your father's in the hospital now. There's not so great stuff being shown. So yeah, that's what's going on right now. Oh, I think Haley is here. Let me see if I can add her without it crashing. Crossing fingers. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, it worked. Thank God.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Hopefully people in stream can hear you too.
Awesome. I'm just figuring out how to plug in my phone charger over here quick because the plug is not near me. So I'm seeing if it can plug into my computer quick because I was bad and did not charge my phone.
Oh, I feel you. I didn't expect to use my phone today. So thankfully my phone happens to have charge, but.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm at like 30-ish%. So if this doesn't work, I'll switch around, but I'll probably be using my tablet for most of my work. So it would just look weird if I was trying to use that. And then the last time I was using my computer for something like this, the mic stopped working. It's starting to go dead with everything. So I mean, it's just kind of every little bit. So touchscreen doesn't work anymore. Microphone doesn't work anymore. It's a camera, but it's a bad camera and I'm all blurry and I didn't bring my webcam on vacation with me. So, and that one is kind of not a great one anyways. So
it feels like tech problems are kind of the theme for the last couple months.
Yeah.
Bookish went ahead and commented 182 words. Bickering has ensued. They're doing argument in a scene. Nice.
Love a good argument.
Mine's not going to be an argument, but it is going to be really tense. Like, it's very upsetting information. Being like, hey, your father collapsed and he was rushed to the hospital and like there's internal bleeding and other issues and they don't know what's going on. And like, it's going to come out of kind of nowhere. So because this is, I keep needing to remind myself my character doesn't have any information yet because this is way back. This is 2 years in the past. This is a completely new scene 2 years in the past. So my character knows zip. So it's kind of weird to write a reality in which their father isn't hospitalized yet and is just now becoming, because throughout the entire original draft I had written, it had already happened. So there was no world in which like any memories they had of their father was before illness. So there's this very clear before the illness, now we're ill. But now in this world, an illness hasn't occurred yet. So there's no precedent for it. So it's a very interesting, like when my character currently in the scene I'm right now writing, when they think about their father, there isn't constant fear of what's going on medically. It's just, pretty normal, typical worries. Of like, oh, I wonder why this person's calling me. Like, I wonder what's going on. It's more like casual things versus
not as many stakes.
Yeah, they're far lower stakes. So
right.
Very different viewpoint of my character. Jennifer contacted, I'm back, ready to write again. Cracks Knuckles. Awesome. Yes. We're probably going to start again in a wee bit. I'm guessing in about 5 minutes we'll start another one. So that we've been talking about what I've been doing. What are you working on today, Haley?
Yeah, so I am working on trying to revamp the novel that I wrote last May. So last May I did a challenge, for those who do not know me, where I went to Colorado to write in the wilderness. It was rural Colorado on a sustainability farm, basically, and worked on writing a book in a month. So kind of NaNoWriMo-esque, but it was in May, so a little different weather-wise, just like missing the camp stuff. But I needed to start a new project for my master's thesis. So I'm getting into my second year now for my Master's of Arts in Creative Writing. And so I need to come up with an idea, basically. And so last month I was starting to work on this new idea. And then at the end of the month, I was kind of like, oh, this has a lot of very similar themes and kind of things that I was dealing with the other novel. And since I didn't get much written anyways, I was like, well, what if they can mesh together? Because I knew that novel needed an extra something. It didn't feel complete at the time, even though I did get a full first draft. But so I haven't done anything with it since I wrote it. So my goal for this weekend is to read it and take notes and outlining notes, especially because my outlining stuff and notes that I had from last year probably aren't as updated because I change a lot as I write too, and I don't always go back and update it. So I'm started a whole brand new document to take notes and try to enter into that first stage of draft 2 / draft 1 for the new project and old project kind of converging together. So that's what I'm starting to work on this weekend.
Oh, wow. So you might kind of do not quite a Frankenstein project, but kind of see what parts you can salvage from the original one that was kind of very, very, very rough draft.
Right.
And see if there's anything salvageable that you can use in the current one.
Yes.
That kind of sounds similar to what ended up happening for Project Clockwork way back in the day, because I salvaged it from an old project. And if you read the two next to each other, they're nothing alike. Outside of the general idea of an Alice in Wonderland-esque alternate reality kind of thing, that is the only similarity they had. And the directions I took were wildly different. So the original version was very whimsical and it was fantasy. There was no sci-fi. This one is sci-fi with kind of more darker undertones, and it's scary in places. So they're not alike at all. They're completely separate works. But I took some story beats from the original, and some of the characters, although they transformed into darker versions of themselves for the current one. But it's worlds apart, worlds different. They're not the same, but it did help to get, because I feel like the first one was kind of me playing with some raw ideas, but then I was just like, okay, which ones of these do I actually really like though? Because this is whimsical and stuff, but it's just not enough. There's something not right about it. There's something completely missing. It's okay, but I don't want it to be okay. I want it to be good. And so this isn't enough. So that's why I rewrote it to science fiction. And I feel like it works a lot better as a science fiction, actually. It's closer to what I would really like in a book. But I had to do that. And in the end, it's probably going to look a lot different from the original. At least in my experience, it tends to be what happens.
Yeah. Well, no, that's exactly what's kind of happening with this project as well, is that I have just a lot of ideas in terms of themes and types of writing that I want to try and experiment with. And I think I did that in the draft for last May, but it was definitely not exactly the route I anticipated or wanted to go with it. And then this one was the exact opposite, this new idea where it was just I wanted to do everything, and I'm like, okay, I need to like pare it down. And so this is kind of a way of for me to like narrow down almost like what I actually want to tackle in one book, and then the other themes should be in other projects later on, probably. But I always do that every time I start something new. I want too much, and then I'm like, okay, but we need to like scale it back,
bring it down, distill it down into its key components.
Right, exactly. So
Bookish commented, that sounds amazing. Colorado is one of my favorite places.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Colorado is beautiful. I sadly haven't spent a ton of time there, but I've done road trips through Colorado, and it's gorgeous there. Yeah. Weirdo weather in the mountains, though. Gotta say, Colorado mountains are confusing. Like snow in the middle of, like, at the end of May, just snow, like deep snow, not a little bit of snow, completely snow covered. We had to drive through it 1 year, and it was scary because we went from completely bright and summer sunny road, and then we started getting in the mountains, and it drops, the temperature drops dramatically, and then there's snow and ice on the road. So we went from summer to ice on the road, which was terrifying.
Yeah. I think on the route, because I flew into Denver, but the place that I stayed, it was in the North Fork Valley in one of the really small towns there. And it was a 4-hour drive from the airport. So like the people who are in charge of the retreat like came and picked us up, and then we went through all 4 seasons, maybe even 5 seasons. It started out rainy, then it was sunny, then it was hailing, then it was snowing, then it was sunny again. It was just like within the span of 4 hours, we had all of the seasons. But I mean, the mountains are beautiful, and we had a beautiful view of the mountains. Yeah, I still go back to the vlogs I did when I was there sometimes just to look at the scenery and like be like, wow, I was actually there a year ago. But oh my goodness, yeah, it was a great time.
Awesome. Yeah, I feel like it's got to be the elevation is what does it, because it goes up and down so much because those mountain ranges, which are beautiful, they're gorgeous. I love mountains, but I think that's probably what causes such an extreme change in the environment in such a small space. It's so weird because like here in Japan, like we have some mountainous regions and stuff, but I personally haven't seen that big of an exchange of temperature unless you're like literally on a mountain, but it'll only change between like maybe one season. Like if I went to the mountains right now, it'd be slightly cooler than it is here, but not by a ton. So it'd be like early fall feeling. So, you know, but I feel like Colorado was more extreme. I'm not sure why, because I don't feel like it was that much elevation change, but it must have been, because every time like my family would go through Colorado, it'd be quite a different. Oh my God. Comments just lit up with 39 comments. Did it finally get back on track? Oh my God, it's back. Hey. I can see comments again. Hey.
Oh, yay.
There was a turning of the tide. It happened. Y'all are prophets. Wow. How'd you pull that? Haley's just lucky. Haley brought all the luck.
Oh man, I think
we're back. Yes, Jennifer, you're back. Hello. It's a miracle.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Oh my God. So I think we're gonna do a 30-minute-er.
That sounds good.
So I'm going to do in a sprint. I think we are going to be back at the 15-minute mark. So be back at 15. So I think this is how we're going to do it. So we're going to do a 30-minute sprint in about a minute here, 45. So we'll be back at 15 minutes past. I believe will be good. And hopefully we can all get some Solid progress out now that we're back online. Not sure if it'll stick, but we're hoping. We're hoping.
I think I just remembered I have a power pack thing I can try to plug my phone into that might actually work because my computer is not charging my phone. It refuses, even though it's plugged in. So
Godspeed.
I'm gonna try that first and then get to working.
Okie doke. I'll go ahead and turn off. We're gonna turn off mics now, and we'll be back at 15. All right, and we are back in. Hello,
Yay!
how did you guys do on that sprint? I hope it worked very well for y'all. I'm starting to get into some of the military stuff that I need to go over anyway. So, yeah, I'm introducing some higher military officials and that kind of thing. So, some of the world building stuff that I need to introduce is starting to get introduced now. So, it's so slow moving, though. I'm not used to writing this slow. It's driving me nuts. I feel like I'm not going fast enough, but I'm having to pull everything together and try to do it as naturally as possible. I need enough information, but not too much.
Right. Just enough that the audience understand.
Yeah.
But not overpowering. Yeah, it's always a fine balance there for world building, especially. And especially if you have like a certain type of government, military, whatever type of, especially for sci-fi, like things are so different, but like comparable as well. So you kind of like, if you miss a detail and then something comes up later, the reader can be like, wait, what? So tedious, but important, unfortunately.
Yes. I don't know why, like, I guess it's because this is a new scene, so I feel like I should have the same speed as like my normal writing, but it's not normal writing because yes, it's a new scene, but it's structured in such a way that it's filling in a hole from other scenes. So I still have to work within the confines of what those other scenes are doing. So,
right.
Yeah, Jennifer, revising is always slower than drafting. Don't feel bad.
It's very slow. It's very
It's
slow.
so fun to do a new project, and I want to so bad, but I really just need to finish the stuff I've got. I need to be good and finish the stuff I've got instead of constantly jumping to a new project.
Be a good writer. Finish
I'm
your
trying.
project.
Because, like, that's what I did for most of my life. That's why I haven't gotten anything published, because I just jumped because I get something finished. I'm just like, cool. I don't want to go over it again because it's slow and I don't like that. So I just jump to a new thing and
I mean, I feel that for my own stuff, like with the exception of like maybe my project A Dance of Shadows, which I've been going over for so long, but I mean I haven't touched that in 2 years now, and or almost 2 years. And like this one, I leave projects on shelves for very long periods of time before I even read them again or touch them or try to revise them, and then I move on to something else. So like I'm good at like sticking it out until I finish it, but once I finish it,
you kind of just want to shelve it. To be fair, it is a good idea to shelve it for a while. Like, I mean, I'm getting to this pretty quickly after I got feedback. But if we're looking back from the last time I finished this draft, I finished this draft last year. So it's been long enough that I can detach from a lot of these scenes. Like, I don't feel bad changing the scenes. Like that's not, I'm just trying to figure out how I'm doing it. That's just the thing. I don't have a problem cutting stuff up. It's just like, how am I doing it? It's the how that I'm stuck on. So I do think like that waiting period is really necessary to not feel overly attached to certain things or scenes or characters. You know, when you have that distance, it's easier to do the cutting that you need to do.
Right.
Jennifer, I feel like I got in a good flow down. Oh, that's good.
Yay. That's awesome.
That's good.
Yeah, I feel like I was getting into a pretty good flow there too, because I had already read chapter 2 earlier, but I didn't take any of my notes or put down my revision ideas kind of thing. Because like how I'm doing it is I'm kind of going like just chapter by chapter, and then I have like 2 other documents that one's like an outline combining the 2 projects, and then I have like a beat sheet kind of thing that's separate. So I'm kind of going with what I have and then seeing how it meshes with other things as I go. So it's also very slow, but I did get through my notes for chapter 2 and for chapter 3, and I came up with a couple of ideas for the combined stuff or some new scenes to add. So I feel good about that. Oh, chapter 2 was so rough to read, though. It was so bad. It was
It's
so
so different
bad.
when you've got that distance and you reread it. There are certain scenes that you're just looking at like, what was I on? Like, who do I think I am? That I tried to pull this out of nowhere and I thought that was gonna work.
Yeah, it was.
What kind
Oh,
of person was I back then?
I know, and it's so strange because it's like I don't feel like I've changed all that much as a writer in the last year. Maybe I have. I feel like my writing style has definitely evolved, and so it just. I mean, and granted, it's a first draft. I didn't edit these at all. I was doing the NaNoWriMo like don't look back, keep going thing. So I think it's all just so rushed and just like uh I'm just
Yeah.
like, oh gosh. And I think that's why in NaNoWriMo, Camp NaNoWriMo, because I attempted it for the other project idea and it just wasn't working for me. And I think I might have just phased out of being able to do it at that pace too.
Yeah.
Because I think like and it seemed for like this was a NaNoWriMo type thing. It wasn't for NaNoWriMo, but my last project to my only human, which was a sci-fi one I did in 2020. I haven't touched that for since 2020. So that's been on the shelf for almost 3 years now. So I leave it for a very long time on the shelf. That's not an issue for me at all. But I cringe to take a look at that novel. But
I think the more editing both of us have done, I think most, like, you guys can correct me in the comments, like, let me know what you guys think. But the more editing you do on your projects and the more flaws in your projects you start to see, and you see patterns in those flaws, you see patterns of having issues in certain areas. Do you guys also just start to slow down even when you're drafting for the first time? Because I feel like I've slowed over time. Like, it's not that I'm definitely slowest at this point when I'm in like draft 3 and I'm trying to connect everything together. But even when I'm, zero drafting, like with Storyweaver, I'm going and I've outlined that. So I know what I'm supposed to do, but I'm still pretty cautious. Like, I'm checking my progress, I'm checking where I am, I'm checking my characters, I'm double checking information. Like, I've slowed. I'm not going at breakneck speed anymore. And I haven't done breakneck speed writing for a while. I can still do it with short stories sometimes.
right.
But with my novels, I've slowed a lot just simply because, like, I know what I'm looking for. Even as I'm zero drafting, I'm like, I know I need to slow down and write about the description. I know I'm skipping over writing this character out fully. I know I'm doing that, and I'll stop myself because I'm like, I don't want to do this later, though. I don't want to do this in draft 2, and I know I'm going to need to, so I'll just slow down now, get it done now,
Right.
so I don't have to do it later. And
That was
so,
kind of
yeah.
my idea too as I started writing for the other project ideas. Like I wanted to take it slower and I wanted to go back and be able to edit as I go too. So like I only wrote like 3,600 words, but I did go back and like revise and fill them out a little bit more and stuff like that. So it's still like first draft, but it's a little bit more polished
It's
first draft
cleaner
than a
than
normal
zero
one.
draft. I do think there's a
Right.
difference between first draft and zero. Like, zero draft is
Oh,
the
definitely.
breakneck speed word vomit. You are literally not even looking at your last sentence. You're just writing and not thinking at all. And there is definitely a huge difference between the drafts. Bookish said 393 words. Nice. Pretty pleased. I had difficulty finishing products for years because I struggle with ADHD. Oh, I feel that. But I finally finished a first draft of something 6 months ago, working on draft 2 now. Yes. The first project is the hardest. I swear it does. Like,
Yeah.
I'm slower writer. We just talked about being slow, but like when it comes to
Right.
finishing things, it really does help when you finish the first thing. Then your brain kind of has the full process logged into its cranium. Like, it's like, oh, I know what the full process looks like now, realistically speaking. And then like the process gets faster. It's just the editing is always going to be its own monster. I'm not looking forward to editing this after draft 2. Yeah, that's it. I feel like in some ways the drafts get harder too, in a way, because if you do any kind of major scene changes, you have to make sure that that flows with the other ones, and you're getting your tone and diction better each time. So if you have to like write a new scene, getting that to flow with the other scenes that have gone through more editing than this new scene has, it's tough for sure. Not impossible.
100%. Well, that's why they talk about authors who take at least 5 years, sometimes more, before their stuff is getting ready to go out and all that kind of stuff. Because, I mean, one, like the backlog of things, if you're, I mean, and most of them are full time anyway, so they don't have to deal with also working full time and all of that kind of fun stuff that we also have to work with. So I think that's kind of the thing about like going slow too, is that when we have all this other stuff going on in our lives, it's really hard to take a look at other people producing things and being like, but that so much faster. And I'm looking at my thing and I'm like, this is gonna take so long.
It's gonna take a really long time. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Hi, RA. Hello. Welcome. Yeah, it's kind of like we're getting ready to, I think we're gonna go ahead and start our last sprint for today. It's gonna be a 30-minute, I think. So we're gonna be back at the 55 mark.
Perfect.
And then we'll just wrap up. So last sprint for 5 hours. I wish I had gotten further, but I am pleased with the progress so far. Yeah. It's just, let's go. Last one, you guys. 30 minutes, and we'll see you at 55. And we are back. So,
Sweet.
hi guys.
Yay.
How do you feel about today? How do you feel about goals and stuff? I feel pretty good. I'm still in the thick of it with a conversation. Pretty much the general had to give an ultimatum, pretty much, of like, you're either in contract with military or out of contract. If you are leaving to see your father and it's an unknown amount of time, we literally don't have anything for you. Like that, you don't come and go from the military. You're either in the military or out. You will break contract if you leave. Like, it's kind of an ultimatum of you get to choose your path. You can stay here and keep your training, or you leave and we're done. So
yeah. Gotta love a good ultimatum.
Yeah, so that's what the conversation is right now. So that's where I am with my stuff. I hope you guys had a really productive time of it. How did you do, Haley? How you feeling about your progress?
I think I did pretty good. I'm kind of in the middle of chapter 5 now, so I finished off a little bit more about chapter 3. Chapter 4 I completely finished. I had a lot of delete scenes. Why is this here? What is this character doing? And just kind of like I think I was just adding in tension for tension's sake and not this is fun to write, but it actually had no correlation, or it was just like this would be one of those mice things that would not probably was never addressed later on, and I already know it, so I'm just like, just delete this. So, and then like the relationship between the main character in this and the mom is just way too surface level, so I'm like, dig deeper, put in more stuff there. Yeah, and then start of chapter 5, I got like halfway ish. Oh my gosh, now I'm starting my yawn phase.
Yeah, it's getting a little late. We lost some people along the way. Bookish had to leave. And I think RA just sat down for 5 minutes, man. Show me to talk. Woo! I feel you on the loading, though. I mean, that's why I knew stuff had crashed early on in the stream, because I tried to open a window to load like timers and stuff, and it would not load anything. I can't. I'm locked here. I'm stuck.
Oh.
So I got to reboot the whole computer. But yeah.
Yeah, it definitely in the last sprint, it definitely took me a minute to like get everything up because I had nothing up beforehand too. So yeah. I feel very technological with all these screens.
It doesn't help the fact that a lot of us are working on bigger documents, and those tend to lag a wee bit.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
Jennifer, I've got some brainstorming to do before I can write my next scene. That's my job for tomorrow's stream. Yeah, same. Like, I mean, I need to finish the thing that I'm doing right now, but then I don't know how I'm going to structure the next part at all. So I need to like brainstorm and create an outline for the first scene in the first chapter. So figure that out. More political talk and whatnot.
Have a goal to try to come on earlier tomorrow to try to get more done. Though I'm happy that I got two sprints in tonight. But
yeah, they were the longer ones too. They were the 30-minute ones.
Oh yeah. For the long ones. Yeah, but we'll see. I have tentative family plans that are kind of still up in the air. This whole week has been up in the air.
It's been time, man.
Yeah.
It's been time. I feel that for sure. RA, the comments from my editor really test the system. Yep. Yeah. You really have to like know stuff. Because like a lot of the world feedback is feedback I actually got from RA, which is very, very necessary feedback. And it's definitely stuff that I need to really solidify. I hadn't realized until her comments, I hadn't really realized how much my lack of solidifying some of the world elements were directly impacting my character motivations. I didn't realize how closely twined they are until she started mentioning, hey, this needs to be better defined. And then I was like, oh yeah, it does. Because that then links to this. Like, it just like kind of opened up a splinter of problems. And I was like, oh yeah, I really need to. That's a really big one. So yeah, I definitely, because the next stream is going to be about character issues, and they're definitely in direct relation to the world building issues. So, but I had a few questions. Yeah, you and me both, actually, as it turns out. Because like as you were doing comments, I was just like, good point. I also don't know. And therein lies the problem. I thought I knew. And this is why you have to have outside eyes. Because like you think you know what you're doing until someone's like, yeah, but what about this? And then you're like, you know what? I don't know. Let me get back to you on that. So yeah, because I thought that I had an okay working understanding, but I actually, in fact, don't. So that is definitely the stuff I'm going over. Definitely the stuff I'm trying to define and showcase earlier in the story. So
yeah. That makes sense to me. I feel like I'm going to have a lot of these issues as well. Because right now, this is very like realistic, but then it turns into like there's more like fantasy-ish overlap later on, and we're still in realistic mode. And I think that's a part of why I hate it so much right now, is because I don't write really realism. Like surrealism, yes, I'm going more into my surrealism, and it gets surreal later on, but I'm like, I want more earlier. And I don't know if that would be a different story too, I guess, but I don't know. I'll have to figure that out too. But like that's that world building as well, and a world that does have magic and things, but I'm like, how much does my character know at first versus right now she's ignorant, but she writes fantasy. But I'm like, does that fit? I don't know.
Yeah, and also what information is just theory, and how do your characters come to those theories, which is a thing I'll talk a little bit more about in my next stream, because that's one of the issues. But that's why I love shopping with people who haven't seen the story before. You gave me some really good, oh, I'm glad I could help. I felt like I wasn't probably the best person to give feedback for some of this stuff, because the kind of science fiction you write is a little different from the kind I write, and I don't have as much experience in it. So I was like, I don't know if this is useful, but I hope it is. So I'm glad that some of it's proving useful, because I wasn't sure if it was useful. Goals, let me see. Managed to get a sentence or two edited before the tiny monsters go to bed. Working on developmental edits. Answering a lot of missed questions. Yeah.
The most important. Yeah. That. It really is. Like I keep reading things that have like massive little plot things, or like characters just drop off the face of the earth when they were in third limited, back and forth for forever. And it's just like, it's the most frustrating thing. And I think if us as writers, like we just take more time, I guess going back to the slowing down bit again, why it takes forever is if like we're really dedicated to making sure that we have that follow through, and that we're developing our stories as much as humanly possible. We solve so many issues down the line.
You change too much in one part, and it's a domino effect to other parts of the story. So like it's just now, as you were talking, it reminded me, because you were talking about like the questions and the like, that reminds me of the mice, and whatever you open in the beginning, you close with at the end. Since I'm now opening in a different spot, that changes the opening questions. And that means that I'm going to have to change the ending a little bit. I don't know how much yet, because we'll see.
Sure.
But like I have to be really very mindful of that because I'm having to open up these new scenes that are right at the beginning. They need to be I don't know if they're completely the beginning because I'm kind of writing them first and I'll see how they sound, but there's a good chance at least one of them will be the new beginning of the book. And if that's the case, that's going to have a chain reaction for the ending of the book. Needs to be altered. So it's never simple. It's never simple. It's actually good when people don't read in the genre a lot. They point out stuffs other consider tropes, and it makes the story more accessible. Oh, I mean, that's a good point, actually. I hadn't thought of that. That's a really good point. True. True. I mean, it does depend on like what you want to, market for too, one of the people that I did some review work on, I think they had a pretty niche audience and they did admit that to me. They're like, I'm looking for a pretty niche audience. So it's just like, for me, I'm like, oh no, I don't think I'm part of the niche audience. I'm not sure how useful this is, because it's totally chill to write to a niche too. That's okay. But you don't have to write for mass market if you don't want to. But it does mean that like I do feel like editing is trickier because it's like, how do you find an editor if it's something that's very niche? Like, because your editor needs to know what you want and what you're looking for and like what is expected within that niche. Like what's expected in a horror niche is very different than, especially like gore, like heavy gore and stuff like that. Like that's a very different, I don't read that stuff. So I don't know what I'm looking at half the time. So it's kind of like, well, I don't really care if this character dies because we don't know very much about the character. But then like, how much do you put into characters when it comes to things like horror? Because a lot of times the point is to make your reader afraid. But for me, I get really attached to characters. So in order for me to be properly afraid, not just click out of the story, I need the characters to pull me in. So it's kind of like, at what point do you say this is standard for the genre? And at what point you're like, yeah, the characters do need something to draw the reader. Like, I don't know. Because I don't know what's standard. So I'm kind of like, I don't know, man. The current book I'm working on is Vendetta. Has had about 10 beginnings. So, don't give me nightmares, RA. Don't give me nightmares.
Oh, man.
Oh, God.
That's a lot of beginnings.
I mean, I know that's a thing because when I did masterclass and Margaret Atwood's masterclass, that was one of the things she talked about when she talked about editing. One of her stories had multiple beginnings and endings because of that problem. She's like, your beginning is never what you think, and in turn, that means your ending is not where you think either half the time. So those bookends of your book are not where you think in the timeline. She's like, almost none of her books, the beginning has been kept. It's almost always one of the first things that gets worked over and over again. And I think one of her more popular works went through a crazy amount of beginnings before she finally nailed it. And she, in the end, I think had to change point of views and character, like what character was focused on entirely in order for it to work. That's my nightmare, is something that needs, because like at that point, at what point are you like, okay, you know what? I just can't do this. There's not enough time in my week to approach this. Like, you have to be a full-time author at that point. You have to be full-time in order to pull that off a project at that caliber.
Well, especially, I think, as younger writers, and I say younger as in like not published yet and queering not age necessarily, but like people who have yet to go through that process. My brain is tired and I'm losing my thoughts already, but I'm gonna try to bring it back. I was like, where is I going with this? Because I had to explain young writers. Oh my gosh.
At what point do you call it on a project?
Right, exactly. And I feel like at some point, I think there's luxury to having established yourself, then you have more time and more energy to devote to making it as perfect as you want it to be. And then at some point, if we want to try to get something out there to publish or query or whatever, or to send out to a professional editor before that phase, even, because I know you're interested in that, and so am I. At what phase do we call it for us? And like at least try, like, because I know I've heard stories too of people who begin the querying process and send it out a bunch of times, and then eventually then they change the beginning or they rework it after they get rejected.
If depending on what publishing route you want to go on, because if you go for traditional, there's a very good chance that they might be like, hey, we like it, but we do want you to change this entirely. Like the beginning, we don't feel like is the vibe we want to go for. Like we would rather you try this. Or like they might have completely different requirements. Even small house publishing might have their own thing going on that they might ask you to do. And you have to be prepared for that. So it really does depend. But I think like for us and where we are in our journey, I think it would be best to like, if you've got a project that needs that much workshopping, it has to be kind of like the passion project in the background that you work on every once in a while, but you know that's not going to be released anytime soon. Like it can't be your main objective because it just needs way too much labor. And there's no logical way for you to do that level of labor while also full-time employed in other jobs. It's just not a thing. So if you do want to break into the industry sooner, it's like, okay, I'm going to have to try a different project and pray this one is smoother. And you just keep practicing. And that's another thing too, like more experienced authors just have that experience of when to call the project, when to call, this isn't the right time for me to write this. Even really experienced authors like Neil Gaiman, like sometimes they like are going through a project and they realize, you know, this isn't the right time for this. I can't do this project right now. I've got other things that I have more obligation to, and it's just not the right time. And that is also its own experience, learning when to know that this project is not ready, like at all. It's not even ready to be worked on. It just needs to sit in the back. I know I have one or two projects like that. They're just permanently shelved. They're not being worked on for a while. RA, even when writing to a niche, it's smart to see what others would question. My editor doesn't actually read much sci-fi. Oh, interesting. So she might ask about something that's pretty standard, changes perspective. That is really interesting point.
Yeah, that's
cool. I need the ending to cement
like
the beginning. That makes sense. Because like it's the reverse, it's mice in reverse. It's like you're looking at your closing code and figuring out, okay, well, what does that mean for the beginning? I knew when I had it, but I needed the experience of finishing a few works in progress to get there. It's a combo of instinct and experience. Yeah. And that there's no way you can learn that in a class. It's just doing it over and over and over again and praying your brain logs the information and that you'll learn enough so you can continue with the project. I still think I started my actual published book Descent in the wrong spot. At least I can eventually change it if I want. Indie. You need the experience to figure out the sweet spot. Yeah.
That is nice. Yeah, that is.
And I kind of gotta wonder, even with really published authors, like, because like people will ask them, hey, like your first book you ever did, would you go back and change it? And usually they say yes. Like that's like a very common thing. Like, and someone actually said once, your first published book is always going to be your worst book. And I like, that's kind of freeing to like, it's on the one side, it's like sad. It's like, oh no. But on the other side, it's kind of freeing because you realize that, logically speaking, you're always going to be more experienced than you were last year. Each year you get more experience in what you're doing. So logically, you're always going to have a better way to do it now than you did when you wrote it back when. Because time moves onward, time presses onward. So it's the reality of writing is you're always going to be a better artist today than you were yesterday. So of course your first published work is always going to be probably your, maybe worst is probably not, is a little too general, but I mean most naive work, I guess would be a good way of putting it. Like it might be one of your favorite projects. Like maybe the story is something you loved so much and you still love. Even years later, you're still in love with the project because it had your heart. But you have so much experience now that you look back and you're like, yeah, it could have been better.
It wasn't my best work.
Better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally agree. The whole process needs to be completed to improve.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. And it's death to the perfectionists of us. We really need to just destroy the perfectionist side of us and get on with it because there's just no way.
It's so hard though.
Yep.
I feel that so hard. That hits my core. I'm such a perfectionist. It's a problem. It's a real problem.
And I think a lot of it also is attuned to, like, for a lot of us, because we see being perfect as being good as well.
Yes.
And we've attached that,
100%.
Which is toxic. And like intellectually, I think we know that's toxic. We're not dumb. We know that's a bad mentality to have towards anything in life. But it's hard to get to a place where you truly are able to realize that because I wrote this scene not perfect, that does not mean I'm a bad writer. That does not equal being a bad writer. That is truly normal experience. Most writers struggle with getting things right the first, second, even 10th time, depending on the project. Some projects are just horrific nightmares. They just are what they are, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Different projects need different amounts of crazy. Yep, I really want to go back now and fix things in that published book, but no, must move forward and improve before it will make any real difference. Yeah. Yep.
Solid
and I think it's one of those things that is, it's a sad part, but it's also, again, that freeing aspect of just putting it out, because in my brain, I don't touch it anymore. Like my short story in Stygian Collection, I'm not touching it. It's done. There will be no more versions of that story. There will be no more versions of those characters unless they happen to appear in a background as guests, like, kind of Easter egg appearances. But that's not really their story anymore. Their story is finished. It's done. And there's kind of a satisfying part of that, kind of freeing part of, like, I'm no longer finagling with this anymore. I'm no longer fixing it every now and again. It's like, we're done. Any mistakes I've made, it is what it is. They are what they are, and I'm just going to move forward. And I'll try to learn from those and not repeat those errors in the next work. But that's where it be. That's what it is. Yeah. So, yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap up. Ooh, I found there comes a point when you're just fiddling. That's why I know. Yeah. When you're like, oh, I can change the description a little bit, but really you're like going over diction for the millionth time. And at that point, it's like, okay.
Yeah. I am the queen of fiddling. I am the queen of fiddling. I fiddle so much, especially this last year when I was taking like flash fiction and had to turn things in. And it was like, because you only had so many words too. So yeah, I know fiddling. I fiddle a lot.
Especially,
I just have to tell myself to stop.
Fiddling with short stories is a little easier in terms of, because it's smaller, but therein lies that double-edged sword. Like, yes, your short story is smaller, so you can edit it faster, but also you can keep fiddling it with it forever. Forever. I have short stories that are just sitting on a hard drive. I'm praying they're still on the hard drive. I still need to get into all of that and figure it out. But I have some short stories that, if assuming they're still around, are almost a decade old. And they've just been fiddled with for a decade. In what universe does a short story need a decade of fiddling? Probably none. Certainly not this one. That's ridiculous. And I know it, which is why I'm trying to get them, out and just start submitting stuff, because there's no reason to keep fiddling with it anymore.
Right.
It's more understandable when it's a novel, because a novel's so big. There's so much of it. But when it's short stories, like, come on. It just needs to go out at this point. We just need to say we're done.
I know. I mean, I definitely don't write as many short stories as you do, mostly because for the longest time I was like, I'm like a one project person. So like if I'm working on something, I'm working on something, and it's hard for me to multitask between different projects. Otherwise, I'll just end up not doing anything. I guess. And so I've had to like tackle that a little bit being in school again, that I would have to work on multiple things. Like when I was in fiction and poetry this last semester, like, I mean, at least they were very different forms of writings and smaller. So it was a lot easier. But it was, yeah, I was just thinking about like people who write multiple drafts or who are drafting and editing a different project at the same time and all this stuff, and thinking about my own process and how I don't know how people do that either. It's kind of a random thought that happens.
It's
like, oh my goodness.
it's its own flow for sure. All right, every time I write a short, it becomes a first chapter, long form for me. That's what it used to be before I started getting it really into short stories. I read so much short story at one point in my life. I just read nothing but short stories. And I just started getting into the mode of it. And then it's just so satisfying because you're done with it so quickly and you're able to edit so quickly. So I've really learned to love that. But I will say you have to change your mindset of how you do it for sure. And unfortunately, if you have certain ideas, because they are so kind of big, you can't make it short story. It's literally not possible to make it short story because it wouldn't work, because the character needs something big and you can't cram that into a short story. I know some people will argue with me on that. Like, well, symbolically, it's not going to be satisfying though. It's not going to be satisfying enough. There's a fine line, and I'm always dabbling with that fine line and trying to redefine exactly where it is, because sometimes I'm wrong and I'm rereading a short story and I'm like, you know what, this is not satisfying. I had one that I know why it was rejected, because when I read it back, I was like, you know what, this isn't satisfying enough. The ending is not. And I realized that's because this deserves to be a bigger book. But it deserves to be a bigger book in a genre that I don't enjoy staying in for long periods of time. So I'm never going to write it. It's a dead book.
Yeah.
It's a dead book that's never going to go anywhere because I can't. I'll lose my mind if I try.
What genre was it in?
It would end up being dystopian, which I'm not against dystopian, but it has to be a particular kind and it has to have a certain parameters in order for me to want to be in it. And I feel like I would have to go harder into sci-fi than what the original short story is. I would have to move it. Otherwise, I'd get bored. It'd be too much, because it would be dystopian survival in particular, which is not my preferred story format.
Right.
Yeah. It's just not. I wish I could write stuff like that well, but I get bored. Because I'm just like, they're just running again. And I'm like, well, I don't know. Like, it's a little too depressing and dark for me most of the time, unless I throw in another element where I'm like, okay, so this is where things could pick up. This is where you could go. What's really sad is like that short story, how the world comes to be, because it's the start of the world destroying itself, essentially, like environmental collapse. That is actually one of the triggers that leads to the entire world just collapsing in on itself, but it's the beginning stages of it.
Yeah.
And that ends up one of the elements for a far longer work of mine later. So that's how the world gets. So this is an early part of the timeline of how the world gets like that. So it's part of the universe. So it's like, it's kind of sad because the general universe works, and I have other works of art in that universe. You could say The Planter, which is my short story in the Stygian Collection. You could say that that's also within that universe. It's like, why is the world desolate? Well, that short story actually explains it, but it's the kind of story it is not the kind of story I want to tell long form.
Right.
It just sucks. It is what it is. So it's one of those things. It happens,
Yeah, I
man.
feel like some of those are really great though for like an extra bonus content thing, like down the line, like if you have a collection of your short stories or something, like that would be really cool to be able to see the connections in your universe and stuff like that. So I think it's fine to just leave like individual snippets and
It's just yeah, that's actually a really good way to say it. It is a snippet. Like literally, it doesn't work fully as a short story. It doesn't work as a book because I can't. It's a snippet of something, which will probably never see the light of day outside of like just maybe giving it to free to people who like my books, being like, oh, here's a thing on my blog. It was an old snippet, so it's earlier in the timeline, but like I don't feel like it works by itself. It just is what it is. But if anyone cares, like you can read it.
yeah.
Yep. Yeah, short story compilations. I do have 2 short story compilations I'm working on, one which is fantasy and one which is science fiction. It's nice. I like working on them occasionally. Something for the fans. Yeah, that's what it would have to stay as because it's like it doesn't work by itself. And I'm very like I like things to work by themselves if possible. I prefer that to series. Like if I'm going to have a like cinematic universe, they're all going to work on their own. They don't need each other because that drive me nuts.
I know. Well, that's what
props to the people who can do that though. People who can do series of books, respect, mad levels of respect, y'all. I can't.
Same for me. I look at like series and stuff and I'm like, oh, when I was a kid, I always wanted to be able to write series, and now that I'm adulting, I'm like, I I don't think I could do that. At least not right now at where I'm at and my writing's at. I feel like I really need to conquer
if I were going to write
through something.
If I were going to write children's literature, maybe.
Mm.
I feel like children's literature works better with that kind of style of book.
Or like the YA trilogies.
Sometimes YA, but I feel like even more children's lit, like young children, we're talking like middle grade. Because middle grade is wonderful for series because the way kids work, when kids really like something, they want more of it. And it makes logical sense to at least have an okay, like I would say like a 6-book series, middle grade, that makes logical sense. But like the idea of 6 books, even for YA, for me is just like, oh.
I know.
This is like so much. It's so much information.
So much. I know.
Kudos to people who do it though.
For a while, I was one of those kids, like if it was not a series, I wasn't reading it. Like I needed to have like a next book because I was too sad.
When you're younger, it's important.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you get older, because you have less and less time, you look for that less. And it goes from being enjoyable to spend that much time in that universe to being too much, to being overwhelming because you have so much else on your plate as an adult.
Oh,
so because I see lots of people that have that. Not that no one gets into series because series are still obviously a thing, but I do feel like for a lot of people who struggle to make that time to read, it can be a strain to do series. So it's like it's just less overwhelming to do a single standalone book.
Yeah, definitely.
Vendetta is a book 1 of what looks to be 7. Wow. There are about 8 planned standalones, like the one you read in the same universe, and another 2 series. Okay, that makes more sense. The standalones, though, I can do that.
Okay.
Because then the commitment for me as a reader is more gentle. Like I know there are more books in the universe, but I don't have to read them to be satisfied with this character's plot. You know what I'm saying? So if I really like the character, I can read one book, be satisfied, and then if I really want to stay in the universe, I can read more. Yeah. But I don't have to finish the plot lines.
See, I like
that. See, that makes sense to me. That makes sense. Absolutely.
I like that a lot better too.
Yeah.
Especially by the time I was entering like undergrad and stuff like that. And then I was just I had so much to read for school that I never had time to read anything for fun, and I still struggle with that, like, a ton. Like, I can barely manage to read, like, one
I
book
would get
for fun.
so little read if I didn't have Audible. And I hate plugging Amazon. I hate it. But like, I don't know, like, what would I do? What would
Right.
because outside of walking to and from work in between stations, I got no time. Because I'm writing. I'm trying to do this.
Yeah.
I don't have time. Or like I'm studying Japanese. I'm seeing friends so I don't lose my absolute mind from work. And I don't see friends that often. Like, I met my friends recently. We went to see the Barbie movie,
Oh, no.
which is very fun. But that's the first thing we've done in like a month. It's like I see my friends once a month to de-stress from the crazy. And, sometimes I might meet up with one or two friends for study sessions in Japanese a couple times a month, but that's it. And that's considered kind of work. It's kind of study, so it's nice, but it's work. Like most of the stuff I do, sometimes phone conversations while I'm doing dishes, probably, but it's multitasking. It's constant multitask these days. So yeah, most will be able to be read out of order alone. Complete. That's a sweet spot. There you go. Yeah. That I can do. It's sad because there are some books I really like that are series, and you do need to actually read them as series. Like I'm on book 2. There's an Audible for it, which I downloaded from Allegra Pescator. She's gotten the second book in her series to be an Audible. So because I did have the Kindle version, and I was struggling to pay attention and read it because I just didn't have time to sit down. So the Audible just came out. So I also download that. So I've been going back and forth, making some progress. But it's hard to do the series that build on each other because it's like I just don't have time. And I wish I did.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make the series one able to download. Yep. That makes sense.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I need to get better into audiobooks. I feel like for me though, like when I'm just listening, like I need visual stimulation too. Otherwise, I completely zone out or I miss what's being said. Like it's one of those things where if I'm not looking at you and you're talking to me, like I don't completely comprehend what's been said.
Yeah. So, there used to be, actually, I think there still is, but it's a different price mark. So way back when Audible was newer, the base Audible, you didn't just get the Audible, you also got the Kindle or something. And then and they'd sync to each other. They were synced up. So if you stopped the Audible and went to your Kindle, it knew where you were, and vice versa. However, I think that is now a premium version of Audible or something that's way more expensive, which sucks because if you're flipping between formats, you're just kind of stuck. But I guess, like, honestly, if you don't necessarily need the sync feature because you're just completely focusing on listening and reading at the same time, that could work. The problem with that is then you can't multitask. You're still having to set that time aside.
I know. So, I need like the sweet spot where maybe if I was like walking or something, it would be easier. Like
that's why I do it walking.
Yeah.
Monotonous stuff that needs no brain activity. Washing dishes, walking. If I was doing exercise, which I need to get back into, exercise is a good one. Like if you're on a treadmill or something like that, because that's how my dad reads a lot. He does audiobooks to exercise.
Yeah, I would take physical books when I was an undergrad to do my readings on the treadmill. I would just keep them open and do my walking there. I haven't done that at all in grad school, but I'm also just worried about seeing my students at the gym, and that feels weird about it. Yeah, I'm gonna try though.
Every time I have to go shopping in the city, I'm like, oh God, I hope I don't run into a student. But I have a couple times.
Yeah, I run into students.
Teacher in the world, they're always so shocked. They're like, oh, you're a real person. Oh my God, don't you live at the school? And I'm like, no, kid, I don't live at the school. Lord. I need to re-record my audiobook. It was decent enough to pass audible checks, but I was so sick when I record. Oh, man. And those sicknesses just linger. Like with the throat stuff lingers, man. Ugh. Hot and sour soup. That's what helped my vocal cords last time. Hot and sour soup. I swear by that stuff. Because it's vinegar. It's got a lot of vinegar in it. So it just clears it out. But it's rough, man. I feel like the throat stuff lingers the worst. Like your voice sounds rough for a while. You can still whisper sync on some books. Interesting. The Kindle version needs something set in it, I think. Something set up in it. Whisper sync. Okay, I'll have to look up whisper sync. Yeah. I don't know very much about that.
It sounds really intriguing, though. I don't think I've ever heard of that. But
I think it's something that they've kind of gotten rid of or tried to get rid of so they can get people to purchase the more expensive stuff.
Yeah, is it like the I'm just remembering like in Word, like the dictate thing, it'll start like, or in PDFs, they'll start reading it to you if you like click a certain button. I did that for some of my readings last year.
Yeah, you need to have accessibility on some of the devices, and some of them the setup's weird. Like it's not, you don't just click on accessibility. Like with my phone, like I've looked into some of the accessibility for subtitles, because sometimes if I'm having a hard time comprehending information, subtitles actually help me focus. But it's not simple. You can't just go into your settings and click accessibility and click on. If you do that, most things, it won't work. It just straight up won't work. Doesn't operate. It's this stuff you'd think in 2023 we'd have better options, but we still don't. We still don't. So even things like subtitles, which to be fair, subtitles are better now than they used to be. I remember in early 2000s, no. Subtitles were horrific in the early 2000s. So we've gotten better. But there's still like, there's no subtitles for this. And there's no easy way for me to get subtitles on live stream. I know it is possible to do. There are some AI systems and programs that exist out there that can do live subtitles, but they're either very expensive, which understandable. It's usually private companies have to do it because hell with disabilities essentially is what a lot of companies think. So either you have to pay a lot of money for them, or they're very difficult to get working alongside other systems. And that seems to be the problem, is the systems talking to each other. Part of that's security, and part of it's just bad programming. So I use the word read aloud as part of my editing. It makes for interesting times on the sci-fi. I want to try that. I still haven't tried that. I really want to try that though. I've heard about this. I want to try it so bad. So it's definitely on my to-do list at some point. Maybe for draft 3. Maybe I'll see if I can get system to read my draft 3 to me. Oh, that's going to be weird, but that would be interesting. For sure.
That'd be super interesting. Oh man, I'm just
because I think of the really robotic voices back in the day when those systems were brand new to the market. Funny stuff.
It's so good.
But thank you guys so much for this stream. This was really fun. I think we got a lot done. Please remember to like and subscribe for videos like this. So like we're done with this stream pretty much. We're wrapping up. But in order for more things to show up from small channels, it's important that we interact with them. If you'd like to leave a comment on the video after it's done processing, that would also be a huge help to algorithm. So thank you guys so much for showing up. Thank you for joining me, Haley. And also, if anyone in stream wants to also join in video-wise, let me know. I have a contact page on my blog. You can go to it. There's a link in my description box. And you can ask for an invite. And you can just join me because open floor. We're just trying to get work done. So I'm going to try troubleshoot tonight, get tech stuff working for next time. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Thank you, Haley, so much.
For having me.
This is Haley from Haley Writes, for those of you who have not met her, if there's anyone new in stream. And I will see if I can add a comment when this is processing with your channel info, so people can get to you. Because I don't think it's in the description box. My description box was like copy and pasted from my usual stuff. So it's just whatever I usually have in there.
I mean, it was also kind of TBD when I was coming on.
It was whenever, yeah, that's kind of the thing. I'm open to guess whenever, but it does mean I can't preemptively put stuff in description boxes because it's whoever happens to show up. But you guys are free to join. Just let me know. Hit me up in my contact page if you are interested. And RA, thanks for showing up. I better feed the monsters. Yes. Thank you so much for joining, RA. Thank you to everyone who is on the stream. And I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night, day, depending on time zones. Thank you guys. Bye.
Bye.